Look at that, approaching 3 million views. That's insane. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowski, and today, once again, we are going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to be looking at the art of George O'Keeffe again. This is our third straight painting focusing on this incredible artist. We're going to be looking at this relatively early piece by her from 1918 called Series Number 1, Number 3, or Series 1, Number 3. And I love this painting. I love the color, but this is also a really important piece in her overall career. And I might even say a really important piece in the history of American art, and maybe even further that the effect that this artwork had and the series that she created on art in general, especially 20th century abstract painting. So I'm super excited to take a look at this piece. Here's the plan for today's episode. There's timestamps in the video below if you're watching this after it aired live. We're going to talk here momentarily about the scale of difficulty, how hard this painting might be. We're going to talk about materials required. We're going to get the image on the canvas, and we're going to stain it. We're going to talk briefly about George O'Keeffe's biography. I've talked ad nauseum at length about her, but I really just want to talk briefly today just about this particular series and this the importance and influence of this body of work on modern art. Then we're going to talk a little bit about doing I don't think we're going to do underpainting, and determining what is foreground and background in this piece is going to be difficult, but I'm going to attempt to wrap things up in about 3 hours or less today, which again is always trouble when I start making predictions on times, but I'm going to try to be efficient today. I just want to quickly remind people to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. That really helps out the algorithm, helps me meet other people, and help spread the importance of art in our world. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, the price of a cup of coffee, you can leave a donation through PayPal, use an e-transfer, or send a check in the mail. My links, or the links to my website where my email is, all of that stuff is in the description below. You can also join our Facebook page and contact me through there. Okay, so let's talk about the scale of difficulty, how difficult this painting might be to complete. Here's our scale of difficulty. And today I really want to try to focus on very simple techniques, or complex techniques, but try to do them in the most simple way possible for a beginner artist, more specifically doing blending using glazing fluid. And often I hear from people that, like, man, you know, what we're doing is so difficult, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I think today's painting is a perfect artwork for us to introduce these more advanced concepts for beginner artists. So, you know, if you've never seen me ever before, this might be a little bit of a challenge for you. I suggest watching some of the previous videos in the Master Studies series just to learn a little bit about materials and how to get started. But if you could attempt it, I'd say this painting is maybe for somebody that's done a few episodes before, maybe done some of the very basic episodes on color mixing, mixed to color wheel, etc. And then I think hopefully by the end, you should be able to gather this new skill if you wanted to go with me on this journey today. So let's quickly talk about materials required. As I said, I've done a whole episode where I've talked about all of this, so I'm not going to go too deep into it. I'm going to try to be like 2 or 3 minutes at max. So it's all of this information you're going to see on the screen has been included in those episodes, including the basic materials you need to get started, how to clean up your paint. We're going to be using what's called the split primary palette, which means we've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues that we're going to put on our palette here momentarily, plus white, And we don't even need to buy a black tube of paint, although certainly if you're a beginner, you might find that helpful, although I don't think there's any black in today's painting. Usually I like to mix my own black. And one of the things we'll talk a little bit about today is the importance of color temperature when mixing paint, because color temperature has a huge effect. Every color is either warm or cold, and knowing how to use the warm colors to make certain colors advance and cool colors to make colors recede is really important. Even in an abstract or abstracted artwork like we're doing today, I think can really create a lot of depth and movement within a piece. Okay, let's talk about the paint that we're going to be using here. We're going to be using this Amsterdam paint. That's the kind of paint I've been using for almost 400 of these painting episodes so far. But if you don't have this brand, you can certainly use any of the other brands that you're going to see on your screen here. And these would be my recommendations for the colors that you would need in order to roughly recreate what we're doing in class. Now, I haven't used all of these paints that you're seeing here, but I have gone on their websites and looked at their colors and sort of done my best estimation as to what you might need to get started. You'll see here momentarily that there are a few brands I have used which I'm going to discourage you from using, because all brands of paint include white as a kind of a filler to make especially cheaper paints appear more opaque. And for some reason, people tend to associate opaque paint with quality paint, which is not necessarily true. Sometimes you can spend a lot of money on a relatively transparent paint. But certainly the least expensive paints, if you go to like the dollar store, you're going to get paint that is probably half titanium white with a little bit of pigment, which is great if you're doing pastel type of images. But if you're trying to get more intense saturated colors, it's going to drive you bonkers. So as promised here, here's a couple of colors, brands that I do not recommend. Museum Color out of Toronto and Peebo. Peebo is a global brand that you can probably find it in lots of art supply stores. I saw it in Australia. You can get it throughout Canada and the United States, often sold at Michael's Art Supplies. But perhaps somebody's got a use for this stuff, but it's certainly not useful for what I would recommend you use paint for. Okay, so those are some paints. Let's get our first real step down to get an image onto the canvas. So, what I want you to do is there's in the description below, I think it's the second link, is a link for a Dropbox folder. And if you click on that Dropbox folder, it's going to take you to what looks similar to what we see on screen here. At the very top, these are our basic guides to get started. If you want to download all of those pictures of all the paint tubes I was just flipping through, you can download them right here through the Dropbox. There's the color wheel class to get you started mixing colors and some of those early episodes. And then these next, I don't know, 60 or so episodes that begin with a letter. These ones are for our more basic exercises and artworks to study from. And ours is going to be right here, this 00Z40. One of these days I'm going to completely reorganize this, but it's kind of tough because all of these links work with this system. So anyone who's a master organizer or a librarian, please contact me to let me know how we can do this. Now, we have done it 3 other previous George O'Keeffe episodes, and those images are right here in a different folder. Again, terrible system of organization, I know. But you're going to see there's another 150, 200 folders here that have more complex paintings in them by lots of famous artists. Where are we? Where is our folder? Okay, let's click in here. So in this folder, you're going to see the original image. Let me bring that up. And then an outline that I did using my iPad Pro and the Procreate app. I just traced over the very basic shapes that she painted in her painting. And so what I would recommend you do is to download it, print it out on your inkjet, laserjet printer at home or at work or a local print shop. And we're going to transfer this onto a canvas. So Oh, I was going to show, these are the previous paintings that we did just last week by George O'Keeffe. I think they turned out pretty good. So if you want to do something a little more advanced, you can do those artworks. Okay, so we've printed out our image here, and we're going to transfer it onto this 9 by 12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. You can buy the same sort of things at the dollar store, though I highly recommend these. They're a little bit stronger and thicker and less, I think if you got these really wet, they'd be less likely to warp as opposed to the dollar store ones, which I think are just cheap cardboard inside. Anyway, they come wrapped in plastic, and I take it out of the plastic, I sand it down with some 100 grit sandpaper, just go over the surface. Then I put some white acrylic gesso over the top, and it drips off onto the side, onto some newspaper. I leave that overnight, and that's what you could see these drips on the back side are from. And once it's dry, the next day, I once again take my block of 100 grit sandpaper and just go back over the surface. And so what that does is gives me a nice smooth surface to paint on. And I love painting on smoother surfaces. Now you don't need to do that, maybe particularly not for today's painting, but if you really want to get serious about painting, I think getting some gesso would be a great investment in learning how to prep a canvas properly. Will change your life, because it's not so much a problem here, but like if we're trying to paint this other George O'Keeffe painting and you're trying to do these little fine details, man, it would drive you bonkers trying to do that on a more textured surface. Okay, so I'm just basically going to put this roughly right in the middle there, tape that down. Obviously, we could just draw this out. This isn't the most complex composition, but just for the sake of keeping things as straightforward as possible, I'm going to do the outline on top of this. So I tape it down, and then I've just used some black graphite paper. There is a link to an Amazon page where you can buy this exact thing that I've ordered. You can get them in a pack of 100 for like $12 or something. And you'll notice, if you've watched some of these episodes before, you can use this same piece of graphite paper probably 20, 25 times, depending on how complex your image is, before it's no longer releasing as much graphite as you might like it to do. Okay. So, sometimes these outlines can take 20 minutes to do. This one's probably one of the fastest to do. It's a good idea after doing a few lines just to double check and make sure your lines are indeed coming out onto the other side, because sometimes, and I've done this on this program here a number of times, where I've gotten halfway or sometimes even all the way through and then peeled the tape off and realized, oh, I had the carbon paper backwards, and I've got a really beautiful image on the back side of the outline. So if that happens to you, then you're in good company along with me. So we'll just look at that. You can see it's kind of sloppy. That's okay. We're going to cover up all those lines, so I'm not too concerned about making them look pretty. So, as I said, you can reuse this. Don't just throw it out after you've used it once. Put it back here for safekeeping. Sometimes I like keeping these nearby, just off screen here, just so that, sometimes this image gets a little bit busy and I lose track of those lines. I don't expect that happening today, but as opposed to tossing it in the trash, you can use it also for doing tests of colors, etc. Okay. So, wow, lots of comments in the chat. Let me just look through here. There's Sandra says, "Hi, Michael. I've been painting George O'Keeffe too. It's super hot over here in LA, and my paint is drying so fast. I bet." Here in Vancouver, it's approaching like 80 degrees Fahrenheit, mid 30s degrees. Bit of a heat wave. I know there's other places that are much hotter, but with the humidity here in Vancouver, it can be pretty intense. Angel, hi, Michael, hi, everyone, hi, Angel. Barbara's there, hi, Barbara. Kathy, hi, Kathy. Hello, everyone, I'm finally back and able to watch, at least. I flew home from the Yukon, northern Canada, just this morning. Wow, that's a little bit of a journey, going from Yukon, which is right next to Alaska. For those of you maybe a little less familiar with North American geography, so I think if you're either a Canadian or American, you've got to go up north. You've got to go visit the northern parts of both of our countries, because the landscape's totally different. Especially for Canadians, I think, especially Dawson City is probably what most people outside of Canada imagine Canada is like. And I think Dawson City is sort of what Canadians have a vision of, like, the mythical idea of what Canada is, for better or worse. When I was up there, I did a residency in Dawson City a decade ago, rode around on dog sleighs and skated on the ice. I mean, all sorts of, the sun is up for half of the year, and you know, it's amazing living in a landscape where the sun is up all night long. Okay. Ari's there. Hi, Ari. Great to see you in the chat. Let me see. I love everyone's having their own conversations here. I'm trying to see if anybody's got a question for me. Sandra says, if I disappear in 3 to 4 months, everyone will know why. Why will everyone know why? Did I miss that? Kathy says, I love the 2 other George O'Keeffe paintings you did, Michael. That's a goal for me next month. I love it. Barbara says, loving George O'Keeffe. Yeah, I mean, I was planning on doing, I have a long list of other artworks that I've already got prepped and ready to go. I've done a bunch of the research and everything. And then just, you know, over the past couple, since I was doing last week's episode's focus on George O'Keeffe, something about her work just really speaks to me. And I was just like, there's more stuff I want to do with and learn from this great artist. And I think other people like yourselves might also be interested as well. Ismo says, hello, everyone. And Mo Diaz says, I am someone who don't know nothing about art, just started watching your tutorial videos and wanted to come here and say hello. Thank you, my friend. Awesome. Well, you're in the right place to learn a little bit about art, and nothing helps you learn more about art than trying to actually do it yourself. It's one thing to go to a museum and do a tour, which I'm all for. I love that. But it's actually getting your hands dirty with paint or charcoal, pencils. It will transform the way that you look at art and give you a totally different understanding. I love it. Okay, so let's jump into the next step here. Okay. Now what we want to do is we're going to apply some color onto the surface of the painting to get it started. And this is a process called the Imprimatura. That's an Italian word for the priming layer, or the first layer of paint, the prime layer, right? So there's lots of reasons why you might want to do that. I'd say today less and less artists do it, especially beginner painters. I'm a bit biased. I think it's absolutely essential. Hopefully I got that muted just in time. That one snuck up. I had like a 2-second warning there before that was. Okay. So you don't have to put in Imprimatura. I strongly recommend it. I think especially if you're a beginner painter, it just elevates a beginning artwork. And if you're more advanced, then obviously do whatever you want to do. But if you've been with me for a while now, you've seen that I like to do this in almost every single episode. I think there's probably been maybe 4 or 5 in which I haven't done this for various different reasons. So here's my warm yellow. I like to use my warm yellow. Just realized I forgot to get a cup of water. I like to use the warm yellow as opposed to the more traditional brown. Because I want my painting to have this glowing effect. So I'm just going to mute the microphone and grab my water. 1 second. Okay. Just making sure my volume's okay. Good, back on. So I've got some of my warm yellow right out of the tube. I'm going to put some water in here. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. Not that there's no law against using water with acrylic paint. But I do think the reason why I do it only really at this stage is essentially the priming layer is a stain that we're applying to the surface here. And since we've got gesso, whether you just got your canvas right out of the plastic or you've applied a second layer of gesso like I do that I was talking about just about maybe 5-10 minutes ago, both of them have gesso. And gesso is basically like plaster of Paris. You know, if you broke your leg, a couple decades ago, that's what they would put on there to stabilize and help your bones mend, heal. And so water soaks really well into plaster. So it's going to help this paint kind of really stain this surface. And that's essentially what we're doing here. We're not, we're not really painting it as much as staining it, which is technically 2 different types of processes. Paint is generally thought to be something that sits on the surface of whatever support that you paint on, and support means like a canvas or paper or glass or brick or clothing, whatever you would want to use as a support for your painting. Wood, aluminum, skin. There's skin painters out. People who paint on body painters, right? Ceramics, all sorts of stuff. So paint usually sits right on the surface, whereas stain soaks into it. So, I'm just thinking out loud. Watercolor is kind of like a material that is kind of bridges the gap, the blurs the boundary between staining and painting. Okay, clean my brush off. So as I said, you don't have to do this. You could do this whole painting on just a boring white canvas if you want. But you could also do this with purple or green. You could do it on a black canvas or black paper. You could do it on black velvet if you wanted to be really wild. And you probably get some pretty cool results actually with this painting. But Anyway, there's our painting started. So, oh, there's Pascal in the chat. Pascal says, I can attest that the paint gets into the surface many layers in. I have many clothes as proof. That is very funny. Ismo says, it's hot in Alberta. Yes, huge heat wave going on there. If you think it's hot here or in LA, it's pretty intense there. And speaking of fires, you guys, yeah, there's fires breaking out all over the Western Canada here. Barbara says, Michael, are you doing a feedback stream this week? I was planning on doing the feedback episode today. I think I've mentioned that maybe a few weeks ago. But as I said, like, I've kind of just been obsessed with Georgia O'Keeffe lately, and it's my apologies. I know I promised this maybe a while ago, but I'm just sort of following my heart a little bit. So maybe let's talk about that just right now. Why I'm so infatuated with her work. Pascal says, I got a copper plate and a piece of leather. You want to try paint on those? Wow, that is wild. So, sorry, Barbara, I'll have to look at my schedule this week. It's going to be a busy week. I'm doing a bunch of moving. I'm starting to take apart my studio and move some stuff into storage. But it's definitely on it's on the top of my list of things to do. It's a feedback episode. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Georgia O'Keeffe and her influence on modern art, which I think some of the things we'll talk about might be a little bit surprising to some people who might be aware of maybe her more famous paintings. So, let's go to maybe just a quick shout out to the Facebook group if you haven't joined the Facebook group already, and post your artwork for the upcoming feedback session that I had promised to do. We'll get to that as quickly as possible, as soon as I can. So, again, I've talked about Georgia O'Keeffe's biography twice in quite a lot of depth in three previous episodes, so I'm not really going to go too much in depth here. Once again, Georgia O'Keeffe, born in 1887, lives a long and super productive life, passes away at the age of 98 in 1986. Really, though, the last decade or so of her life, she's not as productive. She's certainly not painting during those years, or at least not painting unassisted. She was working with people who were helping her a lot with her work, which would have been very difficult because she was a very, very independent woman throughout her life. And so she had about 60 plus years of hyper productivity, of making, so she made a lot of work during that very rich life. And so we've talked about her youth, her education, her up and down relationship with her husband Alfred Stieglitz. So there's, and then of course her later years and her eventual passing away in 1986. And you know, she basically, well, so let's go to where do we want to start here? I think I might want to so we've talked about some of like her, what's going on here? Maybe I should have done that. Some of her earliest pieces, such as this rabbit in copper pot, I think it's called, something like that, that she did when she was a student at the Art Institute of Chicago. I think she did this one at, and made her, like, was instantly kind of catapulted her to kind of the head of the class and made her kind of a artist to be reckoned with in her local peer group. I mean, this is an excellent little piece of artwork, and I think really showed her potential going forward. We talked about it, I think, in the 2 episodes ago, about her education, how she studied over and over and over again at various different places. I don't mean over like starting over, but that she was a voracious consumer of knowledge and education. She was always wanting to know more, always wanting to learn more, and I think I kind of have that she's, for me, a kind of kindred spirit, because I'm similar to that. Like, I love learning about painting, about different techniques of painting. That's what I've been doing here for the past 4 years, is not only teaching what I've learned, but learning and then trying to pass that on and process that through teaching. So she attended probably 5 or 6 different art schools, universities, over maybe a 20-year period from her late teens through early 30s. And I really respect somebody who is going to devote that much time to learning and wanting to get better and better. And obviously, you know, we know how the rest of the story turned out, because she did become super important and used all that knowledge to create great work. So I was just looking at an image there of basically an illustration. She did some kind of commissions for advertisements and magazines, newspapers and stuff. And I think we also talked a little bit about one of the most influential teachers she had. Or, well, I don't know if she actually learned directly from Arthur Wesley Dow, but I think he was a colleague of one of her teachers when she was in college I think it was in Chicago. I could be wrong. Again, go back to that previous episode where I went into depth. But one of the things that Arthur Wesley Dow was talking about was focusing on composition to create beautiful images. And I thought I would just sort of take a moment to talk a little bit about what that actually means. Because every artist uses composition, right? To create an artwork, you have to compose the various elements in some way before you get started, right? You're arranging colors, you're arranging shapes and lines, textures perhaps. If you're painting a person's face, where is that person's face going to be in the picture? Is it going to be a big, is their face going to fill the entire canvas? Or is it going to be a small face and their whole body is going to be in the picture? Is it going to be to the left, to the right, up or down? How's the painting going to be oriented? Is it going to be landscape oriented or portrait oriented? I mean, there's so many different things to consider when it comes to composing a picture. And one of the things that Wesley Dow was a big proponent of was using composition to create great artwork, which again sounds kind of very ambiguous, but really privileging composition over anything else. So that, in other words, it's like saying it's less important what you paint. Instead, let's focus on how you arrange that thing onto the canvas. My mind starts going to food analogies, and I start thinking about, is it the same thing as arranging food on a plate? Would it be like, it doesn't matter what you cook, it's just how it looks on the plate? No, it's not. It would be, I don't know if there's it doesn't matter what you cook, it's how it tastes. I don't know if that analogy holds up either. I don't know if there's a good one-to-one food analogy. But so the idea might be, like, I'm just going to pick the first thing I have here, like my glazing fluid, which we're going to use here later on. All right, let's say you're going to make a painting of this glazing fluid. Well, some people would just be like, okay, well, I'm going to put a table here, and I'm just going to draw my glazing fluid, and I'm just going to paint it in. I'm going to put blue here, and I'm going to paint this white. This is going to be blue and white and black, and I'm going to put a green table. Boom. That's my image as I've composed it. Right? Well, Wesley Dow would say, it doesn't even matter what this is. Let's try to come up with a really beautiful composition. So that could mean enlarging right into the top here and saying, okay, I'm going to do this tip of the thing, the spout, whatever this thing is on the bottle, and saying, that's going to be my composition. But even saying, well, maybe that's a little bit too straightforward. Maybe that's a little bit boring. What else could I do? Maybe it's taking it, maybe putting it onto its, maybe doing the bottom here. Maybe we have something like this on the bottom. We'll paint the bottom of it. Because after all, if it doesn't matter what this is, then we can start getting weirder and weirder. We could paint the bottom of it. And then you might say, well, that still looks too bottle-like. Well, what if we go even further and we do, I don't know, maybe we could take, this arc here. Maybe we could take this arc here. Maybe we could take this arc here, and maybe the arc on the other side, right? We could just, and before you know it, like, oh, what happened to my glazing fluid bottle? I've got this totally abstract image. So Wesley Dow was sort of promoting that, focus on creating a beautiful composition, and then, worry about whether it looks like something else afterwards. And if it doesn't look like the bottle at the end, so be it. Doesn't matter. All that matters is that you've got a beautiful artwork on the other end of the process. So I think that that's, it's again, in our world today, that's not such a weird concept, especially after 100 years of abstract painting. But if you go back to 1910 or so, when she's learned or first hears these concepts that Arthur Dow is promoting, it's revolutionary, right? Because the idea of just making a painting that doesn't really concern itself with the content of the work, in other words, the subject matter is maybe irrelevant or not important, is almost blasphemous, right? Like, it's almost like, why would you want to do that? Like, it would be like saying, I'm going to make food that has no taste. Again, I don't know about my food analogies today, but but it would similarly cause the same kind of confusion. Like, why would you want to make a hamburger that literally tastes like air? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, right? I'm not saying that's exactly correlates to what we're talking about, but it would create the same level of bafflement in the majority of people, right? That you could just create an image that has no recognizable imagery, that could just be pure color, shape, and line, texture, was something that people 100 years ago were not accustomed to. You know, certainly there had existed patterns since maybe the dawn of time, since, you know, we can go back hundreds of thousands of years. Our earliest ancestors used patterns for clothing, for ritual purposes, for decorating houses and things, and jewelry, obviously. But the idea of making a painting like this that might hang next to a Rembrandt or a Leonardo was almost sacrilegious, right? And so the advent of abstract painting in Western art was nothing short of revolutionary. And if we go back to just looking at her work, I think she's one of the first persons, not just first female artists, but first humans, at least in the Western art tradition, to really explore abstraction. We've looked at a few other artists in the past who've sort of vied for that title of first abstract painter of all time. Some people would say Kazimir Malevich, the great Ukrainian painter. We looked at his work probably maybe a couple of years ago, maybe longer ago, famous for the black square, literally a black square on a canvas. Right, which again is one of those things that some people are like, are you kidding me? Like, who cares about this? And we did a whole episode on it, so I'm not going to go down, get sidetracked there. But, you know, this is like 1915. This is a hugely important painting in art history, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. But we also looked at the great Hilma af Klint, not to be confused with Gustav Klimt. I often get the N and the M blurred together, but let's just look at hers. Af Klint, we did one of our very first episodes, I think, maybe of all time, but one of my first painting episodes here on YouTube, I did featuring her work because of her importance in art history. And she's often seen as maybe the first abstract painter of in the West anyway, and really, really important. But also she was one of those persons who was kind of marginalized and forgotten, and her influence on art could be debated. Obviously other people knew of her work, but Georgia O'Keeffe, however, was there's no dispute about her influence on modern art, because when she was making these artworks, these are really the artwork that we're working today, really constitute part of her breakthrough. So really that breakthrough happens when she creates this series of, I think there were 12 or 14 charcoal black and white drawings that she made. I think she was in Texas at the time, and she mailed them to her friend in New York City, who took them and showed them to the photographer and gallery owner Alfred Stieglitz. Alfred Stieglitz was at the time considered to be like the grandfather of photography, and helping to popularize photography as a medium, a serious art medium that could be, you know, taken as seriously as painting or sculpture, drawing, etc. And so her friend showed them to Stieglitz, who promptly displayed them on the wall of his gallery, unbeknownst to Georgia O'Keeffe, who was furious when she found out her work was on display in New York City without having been consulted. That's probably a lot of people would be, but Stieglitz really believed in her work and was her really most important advocate throughout her career. Later on, they formed a relationship and got married. But he really saw in her work something that was radically new. Alfred Stieglitz, in his Gallery 291, was the first person to exhibit work by people like Matisse and Picasso and Modigliani, these great French, Italian, Spanish artists who were working in and around Paris in Europe in the 1905, 1915, and for him to look at George O'Keeffe's work and to recognize its potential was meant a lot, because he was really the only person in North America at that time who was, as I said, exhibiting this avant-garde art from Europe. And George O'Keeffe, as far as I know, was totally unaware of what was going on in Europe. Wasn't following the trends that were happening out there, and sort of just created these works relatively. I mean, that's a question I don't know exactly the answer to. Is how did she arrive at these abstract forms? I should have the answer to that, but I don't. I think that's as far as, I mean, after doing a bit of reading, I didn't see anybody else answer that, so I don't honestly know how they might have been exercises that Arthur Wesley Dow had maybe imparted to his students, about trying to maybe do some sort of I don't know, I was going to say automatic drawing, automatic painting, but I don't even know if those concepts existed back then. Anyway, that was a huge breakthrough. Other artists came to the gallery, saw George O'Keeffe's artwork, and were like, whoa, I've never seen anything. You can do this? You can make a painting or drawing like that? Huh. And of course, some people look at him like, are you kidding me? This is terrible. And of course it's done by a woman, because no man would do something as terrible as this. But obviously there were other people, and I'm just, again, speaking for all the closed-minded folk out there, but there were obviously other artists who were just like, whoa, maybe it does take a woman to blast open a door that people didn't even know was there. And so these are revolutionary artworks. Alfred Stieglitz began supporting not only exhibiting the work of George O'Keeffe, but financially supporting her, and she moved into his studio in New York City. He started paying her rent, and relatively soon after they formed a relationship. He was married and had children at the time, and obviously that was impacted greatly by their affair. But you see these, like, Wesley Dow was also deeply influenced by the work of Japanese artists, those Japanese and to some extent Chinese artworks were starting to arrive in North America and Europe during the time of the Impressionists in the 1870s or so. And obviously totally different tradition on the other side of the world that European artists were just not aware of. And often a lot of that work involved using ink and using water and watercolor type paper or sumi paper to create these effects like we see here, where the water sort of bleeding, or the ink is sort of bleeding out across the surface in unexpected ways. Again, there would be no Western artist that I can think of at this time who would embrace that idea of allowing chance to impact the creation of their work, right? Like, you'd be like, you're trying to. So what you're going to do is you're going to take some color, you're going to put it on the canvas or paper, and because it's sort of going to soak in, like stain the surface, it's going to bleed out and do all this weird, unexpected stuff. And then you're going to try to react to that. And if you were talking to another artist like Rembrandt, he lived and died a couple hundred years before this, but artists would be like, okay, it looks kind of neat, but sorry, why would I want to do that? Why would I want, like, this would be maybe fun to do with my children, but I certainly wouldn't want to do something like that on my own and sign my name on it. Are you kidding me? I'd be like hung on the city square for doing something as ridiculous as that. And this is also considered to be kind of one of her breakthroughs. This flag that she painted, I think, while she was visiting her brother, who was stationed, getting ready to go to World War One, and sort of mixed feelings that she had about her brother enlisting in the army and going overseas to fight. And I think that comes through in this painting of the flag, of which is kind of obscured and blurred, right? This website doesn't have some of those early explorations. So we see some of these here. So then it comes to the paintings that we're going to be talking about here right now, is this series of breakthroughs. These she also did a whole bunch of these figures, some of which were of the other photographer, Paul Strand, that she had met before or around the same time as Stieglitz. There are also these very odd abstract images too. I don't know if there's any of those here on Wiki Art. I don't see any of them here. Anyway, so she goes from these charcoal drawings and watercolor artworks to starting to paint those same type of images on canvas. And so we're talking 1917, 1918. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any other artists in the United States, certainly not Canada, who are painting images like that. The only person who I can think of so I just looked up Arthur Dove. He's an American artist, also often associated with George O'Keeffe. They knew one another, and they exhibited alongside one another. But I just wanted to just quickly see what other some of his early paintings. I mean, you can see some of these are 1911, 1912, which is, at the sort of beginnings of Cubism. But, he's not really doing the kind of things, certainly not using the same intensity of color as George O'Keeffe did. So, let's see, we had a couple pages. So I just want to kind of show a few images from in and around this period here. I just think these are such beautiful paintings, and they're so wild and strange. There's often also a relationship to music, as a lot of artists were at that time. Vasily Kandinsky, the Russian artist, really started to try to popularize this idea that artists could use painting as almost a type of musical notation. And so often artists were using, because for artists, music, especially kind of like classical and then soon jazz music, were seen as inspiration for abstract painting. Because, if you're singing a song about like your heartbreak and getting dumped and how sad you are, well, that's very literal, right? You're telling a story that brings up very concrete images. But a score performance of Beethoven or Mozart is much more abstract. I mean, you can call it the Moonlight Sonata or something, or the Nutcracker Suite, and that helps to kind of, you know, give a theme and color the music. But you know, you listen to it and it evokes feelings, but often those feelings can be really I was gonna say abstract, but feelings that can be very ambiguous. Like, is that loud music? Is that scary or exciting? Is it supposed to evoke action or fear? Right. So music has for a long time been associated with eliciting emotions and feelings, but not necessarily directly conveying images, something so concrete or plastic. And so, but artists from almost the dawn of time were all about making images that looked like other things that existed in the world around the artist. And so for people like Georgia O'Keeffe, Kandinsky, Malevich, Hilma af Klint, this idea of making art that doesn't look like anything recognizable was super radical. Obviously, here's today's painting. This is a much later painting that she made after Stieglitz died in 1949, where she's flying, or she was did a lot more travel after Stieglitz died, and looking out the window of her airplane, flying over top of the clouds, she made some sketches that she transformed into these paintings, which I think are also really beautiful. When I was in Chicago, they have a huge version of this there. It's, you know, the length of like 2 buses back to back. A huge painting that she did, kind of, which really, you know, you just kind of stand on the top of the staircase looking at it, and you just feel like you're like Superman flying out into space. So these are a few paintings that happen a little bit afterwards. These are after today's painting, and continue her interest in abstraction. She starts to becoming incorporating more floral motifs and slightly abstract images, or slightly representational images, into her work. I think, just while it's on top of my head, just thinking about the word abstract, I think is also something I think about this like all the time. That on one, so let's say we have this scale. On one side we have representational art, and ostensibly a photograph is the perfect version of representational art, right? It's taking an image one-to-one and reproducing it on a film. If you make a painting of an apple and it looks exactly like that apple, well, you're representing it onto your canvas or in clay or whatever other medium you might want to use, right? So on one side you have representational art, right? So let's say we've got this apple here, right? So on one side you've got, well, actually even further here, we have the actual apple itself. You know, a real apple that's sitting on a kitchen counter, and then you take a photograph or make a photorealistic painting of it. That's your representational art. And then as we start moving away from it, we start to abstract that image. So whether you're doing sort of what Georgia O'Keeffe was doing, maybe instead of this being, maybe we start with the kind of apple shape, and then maybe it starts just becoming a circle, and then by this point it starts to completely dissolve. So this is the process of abstraction. We're starting with something that is the real object, we're representing that object, and then we start to abstract that image. We could do the same thing with a mouse, and then a photograph of a mouse, and then Walt Disney abstracting that mouse into Mickey Mouse, right? So Mickey Mouse would be like halfway down here. But we can continue until we get to what we would call non-representational art. Or what some people might say is non-objective painting. In that there's no relationship between what's here and the original, right? Like, by the end of this process of abstracting an apple, it's a black square, like Malevich did. I mean, not that that's what he did, but, you know, there's no longer any apple qualities left. There's no stem, there's no skin, there's no red even. There's all it is something purely non-objective. It's just color and lines, shapes on there, but none of those shapes represent anything else. Now, of course, some people would say an actually non-objective, non-representational artwork is impossible, that all art signifies, means something, but that's a whole discussion about philosophy. That's what you do when you're in graduate school. You write essays and stuff about all that, do lots of readings about things like that. Okay, you know, so here's her abstracting a white rose, abstraction, white rose. Here's sort of her zooming into these flowers and just sort of pulling out the parts that are most interesting to her. There was a number of art exhibitions. This show, George O'Keeffe Abstraction, toured through a number of venues. I think it was organized by the Whitney Museum. It went to Washington. Does it say where the other? The Phillips Collection in the George O'Keeffe Museum in Santa Fe. So this was a pretty major exhibition because it really tried to... oh, here we go. Okay, let's... I don't know if we can make that bigger. So this, when I said earlier that George O'Keeffe... So here's an image that George O'Keeffe did, an abstraction of the photographer Paul Strand. And these that exist in between that little gap that I mentioned before, between her graphite drawings and the series that we're looking at today. So these are technically images of Paul Strand, and she did a whole series. I think there's about 10 of these paintings, but your guess is as good as mine as what about this image is Paul Strand. I mean, when we look at this, is this his figure? Is it like a silhouette? Like, are these his feet and knees, his belly and head? Maybe. Or is it the profile of a face? Is this maybe his forehead? Is that a nose? Are these lips? Is that a chin? I don't know. Or is this a close-up of his leg or a hand? Or is it just in order to try to evoke a feeling? Or maybe Paul Strand was wearing blue jeans that day, and she's using the color blue, and maybe he had red socks, or and there's really no representational images of him beyond the color of his clothing. Right? So anyway, I just find all of this super fascinating because George O'Keeffe was really on the leading edge of the avant-garde in North America when she created these artworks. There was very few other people that were tackling any of this subject matter whatsoever, in many ways because there was zero market for it. This was not something that was really most people in the United States, or especially not in Canada, were even aware of. Stieglitz, Alfred Stieglitz, her future, Georgia O'Keeffe's future husband, was trying to exhibit work by Picasso and Matisse, and he sold very few works of theirs, and didn't even take commission for any of those artworks either. So, because people just weren't really interested in it. It took another decade or so before it really started to catch on. What else do I want to say? Lots of links, but you know what? Let's get painting. I think I've talked way too long. Maybe I did just want to say, talk just briefly about today's painting. And why I think today's painting is important, maybe beyond some of the other ones, because obviously there was a whole series of artworks that she made. One thing I like about this painting, first of all, I love the color in this artwork. I mean, those bright pinks and oranges, yellows, contrasting those brighter colors with those teals and purples and blues is just gorgeous. Like, I mean, by the time we finish this painting, this will be one of the brightest paintings I think we've done, right? It looks like it could be, you know, in a candy factory. They're making candy canes, and there's some sort of machine that's swirling this colored sugary substance together into something, right? So I love the colors in it. I love how dynamic this painting is. You know, the way that all of these kind of lines are kind of swirling and converging into the center, I think is really exciting. Another thing I really like about this painting is that it is, for all intents and purposes, a almost as close as we can get to a non-objective or non-representational painting. Unlike some of the other paintings that she did as part of this series that appear to be maybe a little bit more influenced by things like flowers, this one, you know, you'd be hard-pressed to find any image in there. Like, I mean, I'd be interested if you want to put in the chat, like, do you see any I mean, maybe somebody might see a wave there. I mean, like, what could that be as part of a flower? Like, I don't know, right? Like maybe the hat of an elf. I don't know. I'm really kind of stretching, right? And so that's one thing I love about this painting is it's really allows for a lot of interpretation. And unlike a lot of the artworks we've done as part of this series, it's about as non-objective as we could possibly get. The other thing, too, again, in relationship to some of her other works, is Georgia O'Keeffe, much to her eternal chagrin and frustration, found her artwork constantly being compared to female anatomy. And that drove her absolutely crazy. We talked about that in previous episodes. And so I did want to find an artwork of hers that didn't have any of those connotations, maybe whatsoever, so that we could really just appreciate her work as she wanted it to be appreciated, and not get kind of caught up in the conversation that she herself hated the most when it came to her own artwork. She constantly spent decades of her life trying to refute the claims that her work had some kind of pseudo-sexual connotations, and she would always say, that's what other people see, that tells me more about them than it says anything about my artwork, which I totally get. I appreciate that. So I think this piece, obviously it's also a very famous piece. It's probably the most famous piece of that early series as well. So lots of great stuff going on in this painting, and I'm super excited to take a challenge at it. So let's do just that. In fact, maybe even before I do this here, let's put some paint on the palette, because that often takes a few minutes to go. And while I'm doing that, I'll take a look in the chat and see what people have to say. Stieglitz. I love Sanders says, Alfred Stieglitz, once a player, always a player. I just watched earlier today the film George O'Keeffe starring who are the actors? I'm gonna have to look it up. My brain's been too preoccupied thinking about the real George O'Keeffe. Where is the... Okay, so I'm just going to share this on the screen here. So this film from 2009, starring Joan Allen as George O'Keeffe and Jeremy Irons as Alfred Stieglitz. Hopefully that music's not playing. Directed by Bob Balaban. Bob Balaban, by the way, is an awesome actor. Anyway, I love his work too. He's really cool. But this movie is on YouTube. And I don't know why I can't. And so you can watch. You have to. I paid $3.99 or something to watch it earlier today. Why am I saying that? Oh, because in that film, it should be, instead of called George O'Keeffe, should really be called George O'Keeffe and Alfred Stieglitz, because it is literally entirely about their relationship, as opposed to her artwork. And I mentioned in the previous episode, what I would like to see is an episode or a film just dedicated to her, George O'Keeffe, as an individual, as opposed to what seems like every movie about her that has ever been made is always all about her and Alfred Stieglitz. And to be fair, you know, in that movie, George O'Keeffe from 2009, there is a lot of drama, right? They had a kind of unconventional relationship. It was a so-called open relationship, and I don't know about how she behaved within it, but he certainly took full advantage of every opportunity that came around. I mean, George O'Keeffe and Alfred Stieglitz had an affair while Stieglitz was married to another woman. So as a saying, as Dr. Phil likes to say, if they'll do it with you, they'll do it to you. and George O'Keeffe, I guess, learned the hard way that, as Sandra says, once a player, always a player. Bella says, I'm watching now. I cannot keep up, but it looks so beautiful. I might paint this one. That would be awesome. And Ismo says, I'm going to paint this. I think I will do a bit bigger in oil and a regular size acrylic. Cool. Ari says, yes, I love this painting. You're right about the colors. It's wonderful. Wow, there's tons of comments. Okay, I'm so many things here. If you have a question, just maybe post the question again. Often it's helpful if you just write in the chat like question in capitals. So when I look at it, because there's just so many comments, and often you guys are chatting with one another, and it can be hard for me to go through all of that all in the now that we've got the paint on our palette, let's start painting. So I put 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues on my palette so that I'm ready to go here. And so let's take a look at the painting itself and just sort of think about where we might start. So with a painting like this, there's lots of places we could start. What I try to think about is where am I, maybe even more so, is where do I want to end? Like, what is the colors that are going to be on top so that when I'm painting those, I can get a nice kind of well-defined edge between those colors. Now, one thing with the work of, or at least with this painting here, is you can see sort of how there's very few kind of sharp edges or lines, except maybe a few here, right where this spiral kind of comes together. But in many other places, especially in the top half of the picture here, you see how everything sort of just kind of blurs and blends together. Like, this is an oil painting, but if you had told me this was done with chalk pastel or pencil crayon, well, chalk pastel definitely, or even watercolors, yeah, that makes sense, because it kind of almost looks like things are smearing together. So it, to me, looks like probably, you know, this big shape here might be one of the last things, so I can kind of get some nice sharp edges here. I would say I might want to start maybe with some of these blues. Does that make sense? Where would be a good place to start? So I can cover this with some white and yellow. White and yellow. I could cover that red. Might be nice to get that in. I think I might be just overthinking it, to be honest. I think there's going to be a lot of, because there's not really as well-defined concept as a foreground and background in here. So whatever I do, I might have to be kind of cleaning up a few edges. Okay, but I just want you, as much as it might be nice if I came into every episode and had a totally clear and predefined way of going about things, I had even written out the instructions, I also want you to see how, when I'm looking at something, how the mental gymnastics I'm having to do to break down that image in order to figure out how I might even do it, so that you might be able to learn a little bit about how I might kind of process this. But as I said, now the more I look at it, the more it's like, I don't know if I can find a clear progressions that would make the most sense. I think, as I said, maybe these yellows might be the last step. So let's go to, I'm gonna start with some of that green. So how do we get, maybe even before that green, I'm gonna go for this blue. And that blue, that's a cool blue. And if we were painting a representational image, we'd want our cool colors to be in the background and warm colors to be in the foreground. But since this is a non-representational painting or non-objective painting, well, the colors can be really anywhere we want. It doesn't mean that there's still not going to be what we might call the push-pull effect, where those warm and cool colors are going to try to create a space, but it's going to be an abstract space, maybe an impossible space, right? A dreamlike place where you can't really enter into in the same way you might be able to kind of conceptually enter a landscape painting. Okay. So let's take, I'll bring these side by side. I'm going to start by mixing this blue color here. So I'm going to take some cool blue, some white. I'm probably going to need a bit more of that. So we've got this cool blue, but let's just see how close it actually matches up, because I think this is a bit more of a teal. I think there's a little bit of yellow in there. So when we see those things side by side, you can be like, oh, that's not just a blue. There's a little bit of yellow in there. Now that might be a bit too much, because we don't want it to go green, at least not yet. We want to keep it in the teal kind of side of things. Maybe a little bit more here. It's getting close. I might put a bit more blue back in here. Okay, I think that's pretty good, because obviously when we look at that, you know, that color might be in a few different places there. Okay, so I'm gonna start maybe with a bit smaller brush. And where are we? This blue is right in here. So just start with a little bit of a small brush to help kind of get those details in place. I'm probably going to paint over a little bit of my pencil lines, just purely so that they get kind of covered up and don't get in the way later on. Okay, I'll paint that there. I'm probably going to have to do a second layer, because I already see that it's a bit of that yellow's coming through, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but let's go. Oops, I got a little bit of that blue on there. What should we do here? Part of me is actually tempted to paint really a lot of this color. I'm going to start out painting this kind of strip right here. I like painting the edges of my canvas personally. You don't have to do that. Now the question, I mean, I guess I could paint all of that the same color, but I think I want to take do this again, but with less white. So taking my brush that hasn't been cleaned, I'm going to paint this color in. So I'm kind of just wiggling my brush like that to try to get into the weave of the canvas, even though it's been gessoed, in between those colors there. Trying to debate what color to paint up here. This looks like a warmer blue. up here. So you know what? Let's since we've got this warm blue, and I might not have any use for it elsewhere, I'm just gonna take my brush and just go right in here with the warm blue. I'm just gonna paint that right in here. So I'm not worried about the color being nice and perfect or kind of smearing. In fact, that might even be desirable. I mean, this is one of the things with paint. Sometimes it's just so fun just to drag your paintbrush across that area. Like, now, obviously, this is going to get darker, but I just, you know, it's nice to have something like that just to kind of, as a bit of a placeholder, lay that in. There's almost that same color might be down here, but I don't think I'm ready to do that just yet. Let's clean the brush here. Now, what should we do? Let's look at the original again together. How about, or should we do the warm red? Should we do warm red next? Okay. So I'm going to take my warm red. Actually, I was going to put some white in it. There's this warm red area here. You know, originally when I was thinking about doing today's painting, I was thinking about sort of basically doing each of these segments and basically finishing them before I moved on to the other, you know, adjacent sections. I think that would be the way to do this painting most perfectly, most accurately, whereas what I'm doing right now is probably going to lead to some distortions, but that's okay. I'm going to take my white, mix my white into my warm red here. It's actually, well, I'm going to paint this color, but I think really what, well, you'd see, like, so what I'm looking at is this kind of color right here. which is really more of just a transparent red. But since I've got the yellow underneath, I'm going to use this color to kind of overcome it a bit. So once again, my goal here is to fill this picture up relatively quickly. And perhaps by the time you get through this first pass, you might be like, you know what, I think I could live with that as it is. I don't need to do any more. I'm just going to wipe that paint off. I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush here. I'm going to take my white again and my cool red this time. Again, I'm kind of going a little bit on my way to paint over top of my pencil lines. Here you can see the cool red and warm red right next to one another. And they have a substantial amount of white in there, but they do appear a little bit different, all right? I guess that's the different red. That's okay. It does get kind of there. Okay. So let's just look at these side by side at this stage there. Right, as I said, some people might be like, well, that's probably good enough. In which case, just leave it. I think that's great. Clean some of these brushes off. Actually, you know what, just before I do, let's just go back over this red. smudge. Okay, well, let's blow dry this anyway. And we'll start glazing into some of these layers. Okay, I'm just gonna take my finger. How did I get that up there? Do a little finger painting in there. I don't often get an opportunity to do it, so it's nice to get your fingers a little dirty. Okay, maybe. So even technically, this painting doesn't really have a foreground-background relationship at all. I'm still just going to use these intertitles like that just to break up the chapters. So at this moment, we've got the basic colors in place. You'll notice I didn't put in any yellow because I've got my yellow Imprimatura here acting like that yellow kind of coming through those layers. A little bit just by chance it happens that way. But those are probably going to be the last colors that I paint in here anyway. And I'm probably going to add some white and yellow to clean up my edges when I do that. So that's going to allow me to be a little bit more free when I paint over top of that yellow, because I'm not going to be so concerned about making that as kind of clean and precise, because I'm going to kind of tackle that later on. So whereas other areas I might be a little bit more delicate trying to get those to work. Interesting. So Sandra says, Michael, I'm working on From Pink Shell from 1931, and I had no idea where to start. Kind of like this one, but just have been throwing paint on the canvas and getting somewhere, I think. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's one of those things. I'm guilty of this too. Sometimes I way overthink that first, like, where do I start? Oh, I gotta do it right from the first, and it's like, you know what? It's just starting is 90% of the game, right? And it might not be the exact right or the same place that George O'Keeffe started, but you know, it's like your again, food analogy. You're cooking, and the recipe calls for putting in eggs and flour. You know, and basically in the same step, it's like, does it really matter if you put the eggs in first or the flour in first? I mean, if they're both, you're just mixing them together. I mean, I think, yeah, just getting it started, just throw paint on here. Because once you've got something like this started, then you have to make it work, right? And there's only so much thinking, planning I can do before I start, before I just need to just do it. and then deal with the consequences of it. So, again, where should I go next here? Speaking of that. Okay, I'm thinking about going into the darker areas first. Maybe up and around up top there. So, questions in my mind are, should I go darker to lighter? Or light to dark? I think I'm going to mix, is that a black up top there? That's pretty close to a black. So let's mix a black. And I'm probably going to mix, I may not go full black. I might kind of leave a bit of my warm blue in here. So let's take our warm blue, or sorry, my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. I think this, just looking at my proportions, I might have a little bit more warm blue than those other colors. We'll mix this up and we'll see how lucky I am. How close we can get to black. Oddly enough, it actually looks a little bit brown. I think I might actually need a little bit more blue. And that, I think, is a bit too much blue. But we are painting a blue area, so yeah, that's a bit more on the blue side. Cool blue side, but that's okay. So the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to paint with some glazing fluid. So glazing fluid is a clear paint medium that we're adding to the paint to make it more transparent, and also it's going to slow the drying time, which is going to allow us to do a little bit of blending and blurring. So, just looking at where I want to do most of this. I'm going to use this brush, even though it's kind of dirty, because we're going to kind of darken that area. So I don't want it to be too clean, otherwise there's going to be too many steps of glaze to do here. I was going to say, Michael, you probably should have blow dried that, but I didn't. Okay. I'm going to take this same color and go into here. Put some glazing fluid on there, Michael. It's not blending the way you're expecting, is it? So what I'm doing, I apply that glazing fluid, and then I can use a nice dry brush just to kind of smear and blend out those things. And you can see I didn't put glazing fluid in there, and I tried to do the same thing, and notice how that just left a fairly sharp line, whereas this got pretty, you know, I was able to kind of blend it out a little bit. And the first time I did it, also, it's not particularly clean and nice. Because this is kind of a bit of a slow process. So it's going to take me a little bit of time to kind of get there. So let's bring these two back up again. So I'm going to be kind of darkening and then lightening, kind of doing a little bit of back and forth. So you can see my blending brush is a little bit dirty. Look how kind of much paint's coming off onto my hand. I like to just to kind of clean it off on my hand, but you can clean it off onto a rag if you want. So I kind of like how transparent that is, and how it kind of is not a nice clean brush stroke, or it's not a kind of solid, nice smooth gradation. We can see the kind of messy brush strokes, which you can see in her work as well. So I think I'm gonna actually just let that stay like that, and I'm gonna blow dry this, because every time I apply some glazing fluid, if I want to do anything on top of it, including touching things up, you got about like 20-30 seconds to do that, and then afterwards you run into major problems where you start to kind of get the paint peeling up and everything. It's a disaster. So you kind of want to be patient. One thing when it comes to using glazing fluid is, and one reason I really like using the satin, or otherwise known as matte glazing fluid, if it's a different brand, is that when it's dry, it's not shiny. So I can blow dry it, and then I can look from the side, and it's like, okay, I don't see any shiny patches. It's dry, ready to go. If you're using gloss glazing fluid, sometimes it's much harder to tell the difference between whether it's dry or not. So let's continue here. Once again, I'm just going to soften that out a little bit. Again, I don't want to go too much further because I like how kind of messy some of her brush strokes appear there. And again, that's not a judgment on her. I'm not saying anything negative about, or at least I don't mean for it to come across as negative about her work. I think what she's doing in this kind of painting is it's very expressive, right? It's not done with like rulers, and it's it's a little bit wilder. So I'm taking the same color that I was just using before, and now I'm painting it right over, maybe in fact I should back out a bit, right over top of that edge between those two colors. Okay. I was about to start doing more there, and it's like, you know what, maybe let's just go a little bit slow here before I just start racing ahead. So notice on this, where I'm starting right now, I feel pretty confident being really sloppy and kind of not too precise. Later on, I am going to kind of spend more time trying to be a little bit more careful. Okay, let's blow dry this again. Let's take the same color again. I'm just going to paint back on that line. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to blur the edge between those darker and lighter colors here. And I keep, okay, don't stop, Michael. Because, yeah, what happens is if I just keep touching that up, it's going to turn a disaster there. I guess I could do a bit of that in here too. Okay, let's blow dry all that. Okay. Yeah, Ari says painting with oil paints certainly allows you a little bit more flexibility to kind of blend colors that acrylics, you know, is certainly not the strength of this material at all. I'm going to take more fluid. Oh, I'm just looking at there. Okay, I got to be careful not to go too far here because I'm just looking and realizing there is a bit of a line there. Okay. Okay. Let's blow dry that. Okay, just gonna clean my brush a little bit. So right now I recognize this looks pretty messy, right? And if your painting also starts to look a little bit messy, that's okay. Often, and one of the things too I think is also important, like, I've been painting for 20 plus years, and I often find I need, with every painting, it takes me, you know, maybe 10, 20 minutes to get back up to speed. It's sort of like, well, for those of you here in Canada might know, you know, it's like when you got a car in winter, right? And you start it maybe 5-10 minutes before you got to leave the house. You got to get it running, so you know, maybe it's plugged in or something to keep the battery going. You know, it's the same sort of thing. It's like it needs to get warmed up a little bit. That's how my brain works. So not only is it messy because I'm maybe a little bit rusty, but also sometimes it just takes my brain a few minutes just to figure out how I'm actually going to go about doing this. Let's see. Let's go to. I'm going to start. Am I ready to start getting into the detail? Maybe I want to do one more bit of darker glaze, actually. Let's bring this back up here. This glaze is a little bit too transparent. which can be good if you're really afraid of making too much of a of a change. A little bit of a darker glaze is kind of nice, or a very subtle glaze. Like I'm just barely modifying anything right now. It's really almost impossible to see what I've actually done. So I'm going to blow dry that, because again, if I just start going, well, you know, I'm going to add more, try doing it again, that's when I might peel up a previous layer of paint. So take a bit of black directly. That's weird. In person, that line is not quite so abrupt, but on camera it seemed to be pretty distinct. Another thing just to be careful with is doing really large areas of glazing all at once, which there's a kind of a bit in this painting, just because that glaze can dry kind of surprisingly quickly before maybe you have a chance to soften or blend them out. Blow dry that. So I'm noticing as I'm painting that I think I want more of this warm blue in a few places here. Oddly enough, she's kind of using warm blue, I think, as some sort of like to add value here to shade. A little bit unusual, but obviously this painting is not really obeying the quote-unquote normal rules. pushing my luck here doing this, touching this up while it's drying. I think that's okay for the moment. So I'm just going to clean up a few brushes here. I'm contemplating now going back the other way with the much lighter color, because I've been darkening and darkening. I think I want to lighten things up a bit. Look how that brush just got super stained. We'll see later on if I clean that with some soap. I think that blue will come out. Oh yeah, so let's blow dry this. Okay, well, you know, my next thing I was planning on doing was taking this lighter teal cool blue with white and then glazing back into the color here and lightening that back up, maybe even cleaning here. But you know, since there's that white, that gives me an opportunity to kind of clean up this edge. So it does make me think, rather than painting this now and finishing this stripe and maybe even coming in here, it might make more sense to actually go in and paint this red, and that way I can be kind of as sloppy as I want right along the edge here, and then go back and paint the blue with the white over top of this, so that I don't have to worry about being too precise here. Right? Okay, so I think that's what I'm going to do. Which way should we go? It's kind of like a darker red pink. How is she doing that? What is she doing here? I'm just looking as to like what color. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to paint with some solid red again. Yeah, so let's do that. Okay. I'm going to take my warm red. Since I know I'm going to clean that edge up, I don't have to worry about being too precise there. And so I'm going to put some glazing fluid here. I got some of this red and there's other colors in there. I'm just going to mix right in there. I don't care if it gets a little bit dirty. important just to clean that brush off relatively frequently here. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do that last, so I'll save that. Let's just clean that right off. Start that again. I saw an edge in there I didn't like. Again, not too concerned about my yellow here. Okay, so let's blow dry this. We'll just start that again. Okay, let's do this again. So we're going to go back into this area here and just continue to do a little bit of this blending. That. Man, things are drying so fast in here again. Studio's not quite as hot as it was the other day, but man, you gotta be on it. And this is with glazing fluid. If I didn't have glazing fluid, never mind, this would be just impossible to do. So I have come pretty high on there. I'm going to kind of pull back a little bit later on. Okay. I think... Oh, you know what? Up here, too. Okay, so let's do that. So we're going to take my glazing fluid and my warm red. quite a lot of glazing fluid to paint, maybe probably 70% glazing fluid to 20-30% of the original color. Leave that like that for now. I want to come back with my lighter red now. I think I might. Okay, so let's blow dry that. So I'm going to take some white and my glazing fluid. We're going to do the reverse. We're going to glaze. In fact, I'm going to take a bit more glazing fluid. Put that in there. I guess it should be, I didn't really look too carefully. It should be a little bit lower, but I can always do that. Next. Or you can keep it. It doesn't, again, it doesn't have to be perfect. What are you doing? You gotta just let it sit and blow dry it. Ah! Oh, I'm so impatient sometimes. Okay, so let's do just that. Okay, let's take our glazing fluid and make a, we're going to come a little bit deeper into the color again. So I think what I'm doing right now is it's important to recognize is that it's not just going in one direction from dark or light to dark, that sometimes we want to go the opposite direction and to kind of get that transition to behave nicely. I could work on that for a while. I think that's pretty good. In fact, you know what? Maybe I'm going to leave... Oh, you know, one thing I did want to do is, you know, I don't know if it shows up. Maybe you could see on mine, there's my pencil line is pretty bold underneath here. I don't really like how that looks. So I could, you know, in her painting, it is a little bit of a darker red. So I think what I'm going to do actually is take a little bit of white, maybe pretty high amount of it actually. I'm just going to paint that strip, and I'm just going to kind of soften the edges. Wow, it looks like I'm going to have to do another layer of it. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, so I just basically sort of like almost like fixing a mistake there. And then now I'm gonna go back with just the red right out of the tube and try to just paint that out. Now I'm gonna have to do a couple of layers of red. Now she does have, it's sort of like a darker line in between those, but it's not a black line. I'm not sure if this is probably not showing up on camera very well, but that's okay. Let's get some more actual red right from the tube. It still looks, again, probably not super visible there, but it's a little bit of a highlight there. I kind of, let's blow dry. Could be lighter. Let's think about that. If I do, I can always brighten that up later on. should I do next? Oh, I keep forgetting to put that red up there. Put some red and glazing fluid. Okay, it's going to get a little bit purpley up there too, I think, but that's with the cool red eventually. Because you can see that that red in combination of those blues starts to almost make a black. They start to almost cancel each other out. Ari says, I'm going to sleep. I got to get up in 5 hours, so this painting will be amazing. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Have a nice night, everyone. Good night, Ari. Have sweet dreams. Thanks for keeping us company. Okay, let's go cool red now. Why did I put those there? Okay. Just making sure my brushes are kind of dry for doing any glazing. So we'll take our cool red. I'm just going to take cool red right out of the tube. My magenta, glaze directly with that in a few places. That's very subtle. Okay, let's blow dry that. I need to go a little bit darker. So this is behaving very similar in its super transparent form, this cool red, as my warm red. It's not making a huge impact. Which doesn't surprise me. It's not until we have them in their kind of full concentrations where we'd be like, wow, those are two very different colors. Actually, that's... Be careful about overdoing that top area. Now this is probably not going to show up on camera so well, these two different reds. So we're probably going to not only darken it, but start to add a little bit of blue, which will make it go more purpley. So let's blow dry. So let's take our cool red and warm blue. Maybe, oops, gotta be careful about putting too much in there. Let's put a bit more red back in. When I'm glazing, I want to be careful about putting too much glazing or having too much paint on my brush, because then it's going to clog up my blending brush. And then I'll basically just be painting with my blending brush as opposed to trying to blend with it. Those colors, maybe there's a little bit too, still pretty high ratio of glazing fluid to paint, so it's not as dark as I was anticipating it being. okay, getting there. It's slow progress, but we're making inroads for sure. So I'm going to increase the ratio of paint to glazing fluid here. If you want to just, the best thing is if you've never really done glazing fluid, is just to take your time and just build up very small layers, one at a time. No hurry. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, I think there's oddly enough a little bit of white in here. So to get this purple to look really purple and not just really like a dark red, I added just a little bit of white. I'm going to blow dry this. Who is that? Says hello. Hello. Who is that? Okay. I'm putting a little bit more blue in there. I want to speed this process along. Just to make this a bit more of a deeper purple here. There we go. Not my best work there. Part of it is because I'm being a little bit impatient and trying to go faster, what's working against me is that I'm applying kind of a larger amount of paint than really I should be onto the surface. And then what happens is I try to blend that out, and then I just end up kind of painting with my blending brush. Like, that's terrible, Michael. Yikes. Okay. Good thing with glazing fluid is because it's got a chemical that slows the drying time in it, is I have this little bit of extra time that I can use to kind of just wipe that paint right away. Okay, let's blow dry that. Why did I just do that? Okay, I think it's because I haven't put, there's the whatever, if there is glazing fluid remaining in that paint, it's not working very effectively. Like I need more, because what's happening is I'm trying to paint, and the paint is sort of just drying too quickly before I can kind of blend it out. I'm going to do a little bit of stuff here with a rag and kind of remove a bit, but often it's not going to be as precise as I might want it to be. A little bit more blue in here. Why am I... Okay, I'll blow dry that. Okay, now down here, I'm going to add a lot more white to this purple. I'm not happy with what's happening down there, so got to kind of a much more radical application of paint down here. That's pretty good, actually. Ooh, it's weird. It looks way worse on camera than it does in person, but still not great. That's much better. Let's just do a little bit more. So this rag is just very subtly damp. Just allows me to wipe a little bit of paint off. Starting to kind of come together a bit there. Adding a little bit of white into the mixture does make a big difference. Makes it a lot easier to see the purple. Having said that, I think I'm going to go back the other way and just darken a few more places before I move on. Let's take that glazing fluid. Dark purple. I guess I should blow dry this first, right? Ah, my friend from Egypt. Hello, nice to see you here live. I have learned a lot of new things from you. Thank you. I am from Egypt, so my language not very good. I guarantee your English is much better than my Egyptian, so no apologies required. Thank you for tuning in and saying hello. Gosh, it's got to be morning probably in Egypt now, right? It's got to be very early in the morning. So thank you for getting up early or staying up very late to say hello. That's so cool. Got a little distracted there. So you can see it actually more clearly on camera than it is in person. That there's this little, it's a little bit lighter there than I might like. blow dry, and then I'm just going to try to just take care of that. Again, her painting is far from perfect in terms of these gradients. So I don't know why I'm obsessing over that. I really shouldn't, but I do want to do my best. Sometimes you're so close and yet so far away. Ugh. I just peeled up some of that yellow. Although I actually don't mind that. Yeah, so maybe speaking of which, maybe I'm going to go back into these and lighten them, and then I think I'm going to move on to the, what do we want to do? The black? Or are we going to do that last? Kathy's back. Hi, Kathy. So, did I blow dry that? I can't remember. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Okay, let's I'm gonna take this color. Let's go a lot more into the white. I mean, maybe you can put a bit more red in there. Ah, Michael. Why are you using your finger like that? I mean, I do it all the time, but sometimes it's a little bit sloppy, right? So I think it's important to notice that as I'm doing this, the painting, like as I go, so I kind of darkened, and now I'm kind of going back the other way, lightening. It makes a huge difference, you know, to the point where, you know, frankly, almost panicking a little bit, like, oh man, this is going off the rails, and then you go back the other way, like, oh, I could just clean it up a little bit. It's no problem at all. I have to make that remind myself of that. So if I have to do that, probably a lot of people who are just beginning, because I've seen people glaze and just break down into tears while this is happening because they feel like things are going so badly. And I'm always just like, you know what, just take a deep breath, maybe go get a cup of coffee, come back, and then let's, instead of going darker, let's lighten back up and let's clean up some. And then all of a sudden it starts working better. Like, oh, okay, it's not so bad. Okay, that's so good. Let's turn it, and it's like, you see, it just have to take a little bit of a breath, right? More glazing fluid in there, obviously. If you put a brush stroke down and you try to blend it, especially almost immediately, and nothing happens, it means there's not enough glazing fluid in there. And so there's just, the paint is bonding to the previous layer too quickly. No, that might be a bad idea. Oh no, I already did this. Ah, Michael. I forgot that I did that before I blow dried, so not a big deal. We want to add more white anyway, so I'm going to add more white into this mixture. It's drying way faster than I want it, and there's glazing fluid in there too, so just a hot day in the city. Okay, I'm being way too perfectionist for particularly a painting like this. Let's move forward. Oh, Goodman's there. Hello, Goodman. Nice to see you. you're doing well and enjoying life and being alive and another day on this big rock. Okay, let's do a bit of darkening. In fact, you know what, I should put another intertitle here. So things are going okay. They're a little bit patchy. That's probably due to the heat in the room here, which is it's pretty hot. So I'm going to now go into some areas and start adding a little bit of almost black into these little edges in between some of these shapes. And then after that, I'm going to start painting the yellow areas. And that's going to make a big difference because right now that yellowy area is kind of a little bit sloppy, to be quite frank. But I did that deliberately, knowing that I was going to give myself that leeway so that I could tackle that stuff at the end. So, there's the painting as it exists. And so I want to basically start painting inside those areas. So let's take just making sure this brush is nice and dry. Oh, there's Silver Tiger. Hello, chat. How's it going? Awesome. Whereabouts you tuning in from, Silver Tiger? Now, did I blow dry that since the last time? I don't know. Probably not going to be spending too much time in those areas anyway. So here's this darker green. I think I can use that a little bit. I'm going to take my black, basically. I'm just going to expand that. Kind of clean up this edge between these colors. Now that is a really dark black line, and maybe I shouldn't have gone black. Maybe it should be just a really dark blue, but I'll put it in now. And if I want, I can always kind of try to paint over top of it. It'll be dark pretty much from here on, unless I kind of try to erase it with some white. But if I feel like this black is too black, I could always try to turn it a bit more of a blue. Maybe right in here too. Okay, let's do that. to blow dry that. Silver Tiger says, I'm an artist from New York. Love to support. Goodman says a little bit sick. Kathy's hoping not too sick. Watching is good for your health. Silver Tiger says, I use a variety of different mediums. Cool. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's do this area here again. Let's try that. We might have to touch that up a little bit depending on how those arcs form. I think what I want to do now, though, just before I move on to the yellow, is just want to mix another blue. My warm blue and cool blue and make this kind of cobalt blue, which is a color that exists in between those colors. Some glazing fluid on there. I'm just going to go back over this black that I painted here with this blue. So it's going to be appear to be very dark, but I think it's preferable to just a big black area here. So I'm going to take that blue and bring it close more over top of the black when we get further down into this curve. Because one of the nice things that George O'Keeffe is doing in this painting is allowing most of those colors to collide next to one another without any kind of outlines. It's just the colors on their own. There's just a few little places in the interior there where we have black. A little bit darker. We can always lighten it if we want. Do I want to do the blue in that area now? Yeah, you know what? Let's take care of that section, and then we'll just really have the one last area. Okay, I guess I gotta clean those brushes up before I move. Goodman's finishing studying project management so you can get a good job. Silver Tigers, what is layering with acrylics look like? What is... well, I suppose this is what layering with acrylics looks like. We're using glazing fluid to create the very thin layers of paint to create these blending effects. So let's take our white and cool blue, and a little bit of cool yellow. Okay. So now I'm just, very delicately cleaning up some of those messy areas. Because I'm using glazing fluid, it's still kind of maybe 50% transparent. So I'm not covering everything up, it's just muting things a little bit, turning the volume down on previous layers of paint. So areas that might have looked a little bit sloppy, we're just getting there, getting tidied up a little bit. Same thing up in here. So, this is one of those things where, I'm sure some people tuned in earlier and were like, that looks terrible. Well, yeah, it probably did look a little bit terrible earlier on. But, I personally, I'm not trying to get each little quadrant or section finished perfectly before I move on to another. It's the whole painting is kind of evolving simultaneously. And because of that, there is going to be times where the painting kind of looks a little bit, unsatisfactory. That dry. There's a little bit of texture there that I picked at and it peeled off. And so we'll blow dry it. Silver Tiger says, it's the journey of the painting that matters most and the results come afterwards. I agree 100%. I always think, if I'm making a painting and, yeah, if it turns out at the very end, then that's a bonus as opposed to the primary goal. And that's what often will make the comparison between painting and like fishing or going for a walk or something. It's like the goal isn't necessarily always to have this like to make a masterpiece, or at least I don't think it should be, because then you're really setting yourself up for failure. Like the primary goal should be to almost enter a bit of a meditative state and have some fun, get some sort of respite from the craziness of the world around us, especially in these turbulent times. And if at the end of the day create something that you want to share with your friends or family on the internet or wherever it might be, then it's just bonus. So this blue here is really dark. It's darker than I maybe want it to be. But it's also one of those things that I imagine later on, when I have this painting in my living room, which usually after every episode I take it upstairs and put it underneath this lamp next to the chair where I read to my daughter every night. And especially when the lights dim, sometimes those darker colors actually kind of come out a little bit, oddly enough, in that situation. I think that's okay. Let's compare them side by side there. Hers is definitely more. You know what? Let's move on. It's time picking over irrelevant details. Kidman says, I am too busy, but I like to give Mr. Michael my time to see his painting. Well, you are a good man in name and life as well. I appreciate that. Your generous spirit goes noticed. I think that's good for right now. So we're going to move to a different type. Where were we before? I think it was foreground 2, I think. So we're getting closer. Really, the last area are these big yellow shapes, and this is still the Imprimatura from the very beginning of the painting. Now I'm going to paint them in with some white, and that's going to really clean this painting up, because right now, it's hard to kind of see the painting without those areas, and those areas are kind of the sloppiest, messiest areas, where I was just very carelessly, deliberately so, painting over, because I knew I would do this step next. So, there's the original. Oh, you're sweet, Goodman. You deserve it. I appreciate it. You're a very, very kind fella. Okay. Looking at the original, that is, it looks like a cooler yellow with white. So, my cool yellow's got a little bit of green in it. I'm trying to decide if I can live with that little bit of a greenish quality. Let's put some white there. That's okay. So I'm going to use this paint in its full strength right now to clean up some edges. Now, hers isn't as precise as this, and we may even take some of these colors that we had before and go back over some of these areas, but I want to be a little more intentional when I do that. Now, obviously, all of my pencil lines have long been covered up underneath this, under layers of paint, so I don't know where they are necessarily exactly. And that I can imagine being kind of frustrating for some people, but I would suggest that it's not really important for them to be, for us to make exactly the same painting as the great master herself, right? Oh, sorry, it's not on camera. So I want to try to be careful about creating ridges here with the paint. I'm using this kind of going side by the little shuffle kind of stroke there, because it helps make for relatively clean and also straight lines. And it's less likely to create big buildups of paint. If I paint like this, it's like what is this, like shoveling snow or something. The paint will kind of build up on the edges. And create a pretty thick ridge. See, already I'm starting to feel a lot better about this painting. I'm like, okay. You know, it's sort of like the whole painting has like been a construction site for a while, and there's just like power tools and things all over the place, and it's a big mess. Well, now it's like all of the big construction equipment is leaving the site. And now I'm going to start kind of decorating the renovations are largely over, and I can move back in here. Okay, let's blow dry that, lock that in, and then we maybe do just a little bit more touch-ups just like that, and then we're going to paint the rest of it in. Let's see, we need a bit more white paint. Silver Tiger says, are you trying to copy the reference exactly or find inspiration? I usually add my own twists or make it completely different. Just the idea in mind. I love doing that. Totally. Well, for the purposes of this painting class, I try to do relatively close to the original, just so that people watching can have an idea of how the artist worked, and seeing kind of what, so those people who kind of want to try to recreate it exactly can kind of just basically follow what I'm doing. But throughout many episodes, there's times where, I take my own approach, or sometimes I mix a color that I really like, and I'll explain, well, this is not the right color technically, but I think I'm going to go with it anyway. I tend to prefer really bright colors, so often my interpretations of these great artworks tend to be a little bit more saturated color-wise. Partly, because I like more saturated paintings, but also in many instances, especially some of the more classical paintings, Renaissance paintings we've done, a lot of the times those bright colors just weren't available to artists back in the day. And not that I can read minds, but I think probably a lot of those great artists, if they were alive today, would just be, our minds would explode realizing how lucky we have it when it comes to choices of colors and pigments. I'm going to blow dry that one more time, although I kind of dig the way that looks, speaking of. Yeah, I'm going to keep moving forward, but okay, so you can see, like, wow, all of a sudden, just by going over that yellow, all of a sudden the painting just looks 100 times better. It doesn't look so kind of sloppy as it did before. So, I'm going to take a bit more paint here. Actually, I'm going to use a bigger brush. Now that's really bright right now. So we're gonna kind of modify it here in a moment. Kind of like how that looks right now. Obviously it's different than the original, but I think it looks pretty cool too. Because right now it's too white, it's too intense. Or not the yellow is not maybe as intense as I wanted. I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I'm gonna put some yellow on its own back into it, glaze back into it, and then we're gonna glaze some orange, maybe a little bit of red. That's one thing. This painting, it looks, there's like a lot of orange, but I don't know if there's actually any orange in it. It's just yellow and red kind of side by side. I think the colors are kind of mixing optically. Right, like, that's not really an orange. It could maybe peach, but it looks very orange, especially, you know, in this area it kind of looks orange. I don't know if that's orange though. I didn't blow dry that yet, did I? Danu says, the beginner course is awesome. I'm halfway done with it and happy with my progress. So cool. Great to see. Thanks for chiming in and saying hello. I love that. Okay, so how do we shoot? Let's take a bigger brush and do this. Okay, we're going to take this cool yellow. It might be a little much. Let's put some white in there. Glazing fluid. Okay. And where is the? So it's kind of more. I guess basically I want to leave this lighter color in the center. I'm going to go yellow closer to those edges. I don't really need to go all the way up to edge because I'm going to put some red up there. Again, you'll notice that I'm trying to, as soon as I apply that paint, I want to get in there and try to incorporate it into the rest of the painting relatively quickly. And mostly I'm just going over the edge, just kind of softening that edge. There we go. Okay. I think that's okay. Had a little fan there blowing air. Apparently didn't seem to be doing much other than maybe causing a little ringing noise. So just we'll see. If I start melting here in a moment, you'll know why. Let's blow dry that. The great irony is she probably painted this painting in like a couple of hours. But that's why she's one of the most famous and respected artists of all time, right? Okay, let's do warm red, I think is time. Put substantial amount of glazing fluid into this paint. It's going to be relatively thin. Where should I start this? Okay, gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. So we'll build up these layers slowly but surely. Okay, let's blow dry that. It's our first. Now, especially because this paint is relatively thin, I don't mind going out of the over the lines, as you might say. But even if it does, that's not such a problem here. Maybe that line isn't there after all. Just erase that. Okay, blow dry. Just going to widen this area here. So imagine like we were trying to do, you know, be very delicate about getting, we did this first, and then we were trying to do those dark colors over. It would be so much more kind of painstaking and kind of fraught with stress and anxiety trying to do it so cleanly. Let's get more red into this mixture. We want to make sure we still got some fresh glazing fluid in there, but can amp up that ratio of take that red. Go up there. Careful, Michael. Okay, now. Okay. Just gonna fine tune in here. What are we missing? A little bit of color in there, I think. Save that. Can I clean this brush? Could we safely say? I think we've done that. Just want to make sure if I want to do anything more, I don't needlessly. Clean those brushes. Red is not very good at covering things up. So if you really have like an area that, or especially a darker color is showing through, it's just easier just to go right in and you probably have to paint some white over top, because you'll just never be able to, well, it'll take probably longer than you want to try to erase that so-called mistake. Gizmo says, looking good, Michael. Thank you, my friend. Saw a little bit of texture popping up there I didn't want. So let's blow dry this. I think I just want to touch this up here. Okay, and then we're going to come back to our kind of purpley magenta. So this is my cool red, warm blue, white, and glazing fluid. There's a little bit purple here. Michael, just let that dry before you put a second layer, you crazy. Ah. Okay, let's just erase that and start it over. I'll let that dry. We'll do this. So I think part of the problem is I'm trying to do this at an angle that is not natural to my wrist, and that makes things kind of difficult. So I'm just going to actually spin the canvas around. Also, I think I should be using just a smaller brush here. even. We'll blow dry one more. Oh, you know, I forgot I was going to... Okay, we're very close to the end of the painting. I just want to do a couple little finishing touches. I was going to do this earlier, and I totally spaced out. I got into the act of painting. So just little details remain to be done. So there's the painting as it exists, or the detail. And so I really just want to kind of go in here, maybe clean this area up with a little bit of some yellow. There's a brush to blend this, soften that out. Excuse me. Looks like I got dirty fingers. Michael, blow dry this. Gosh. muted there for a few minutes. Just going to take the black, come back up to the top here. taking a bit of my magenta glazing, or my magenta purple here. I want to bring... I think for that to work, I need to mix a bit more of a purple. I keep trying to smear that away with my fingertips. I'm forgetting that my fingers are very dirty. Okay, so let's just remove all that and just do this again there. Gotta blow dry that. That again. My blending brush was too wet. I don't even know if this is necessary. Kathy's gone to bed. Good night, Kathy. Barely showing up. I'm going to do maybe a couple more layers. Edward, hello, says, I miss the days when you told us only to use a piece of paper and pencil in the beginner's drawing course. Yeah, well, that's a different medium altogether, and so it's a little harder to just use pencil and paper when we're painting, obviously. Eventually, I'm going to do more drawing episodes, but let's just look at these side by side. I'm tempted to put little, almost orange colors in places, but maybe bring out a bit more of the teal here. You know what? I don't know why I'm thinking about stuff like that. Let's. Oh, this painting was going to take me 2 hours, and I've been fiddling endlessly on it. So. We've arrived at the end of the session today. We're going to take a quick look at how these two paintings fared side by side. Before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. I'm pretty much going to be doing Monday afternoons from here on until the new year, until 2025, just because of my teaching schedule for the fall. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, such as $1, $5, price of a cup of coffee, a donut on PayPal, feel free to do so. The link is down below. If you want to send an e-transfer, you can contact me through my email, which is on my website, as well as on the Facebook group. Both of those links are down below in the description. You can, and especially join the Facebook group so you can upload whatever you've been working on during today's episode. And so, let's take a look at how they turned out. There's the original, and there's my version. Let's just make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So, seeing them side by side like that, I feel pretty good. I feel like I got the colors pretty close. I'm not really seeing any major variations. The only thing I was thinking of right at the end here was maybe trying to get a little bit of this. I was almost going to glaze back with a teal over top of here, not to lighten it or darken it, but just to bring a little bit more of the saturation back in there, because it's just a little bit more muted, a little bit more gray. Otherwise, I think everything is working pretty well. Obviously, I probably spent much longer on this than she did. I think she probably did this quite spontaneously, probably pretty quickly. Just seeing the way that you can really see all of her brushstrokes, and I certainly don't think she fiddled around on it like I did for so long. But that's why she is such an incredible artist, right? So let's maybe zoom in to where let's go bottom left corner here. So here we are. Oh, there's a little something missing there. It's okay. I think all of that looks pretty good. One area is I also feel like I could maybe have gone in with a little bit more white and warm red and just opened this space up a little bit, since I've kind of shaved it down a bit. I mean, it's probably, again, minor detail there, but just to offer a little bit more contrast in that area. Let's go to bottom right corner there. I feel pretty good about how that, began by kind of darkening and darkening, and then I went back and added a little bit of white into my purple, and that really helped. So I think that, probably going forward, I might have started with a little bit more white in my purple, and then I could have slowly darkened on top of it. And let's go up. This little thing that I did here at the very end, I don't know if that was necessary or even helps, or does anything. It's certainly, there's more white in there than hers, but prior to that it was definitely darker than that, so I kind of, in my own impatience, I like there's that little bit of warm blue kind of sneaking up in there, because there's not really a lot of warm blue in this painting at all, so kind of, I like how it's just sort of, the more I look at it, the more I'll see there. Let's look at the top left. Feel like that's pretty good. This little area is certainly, much smaller, comes to a smaller point up here than mine. Not a big deal. I don't really care about that. Okay, and then we'll just end here where the spiral kind of converges in the very center. Oops. Yeah, I mean, this looks not this. I mean, on camera you can see it's a little bit sloppy. Yeah, I think I can live with this. Not my finest work of all time, but considering the heat issues in the studio right now, I'm happy I got anything done. Everything was drying way faster than I'd normally, especially when it's much cooler in here. So, okay. I'm so glad we got a chance to do this painting, because I'm just become a bigger and bigger fan of George O'Keeffe as time has gone on, and I just really love this painting. It's such a beautiful painting. Okay. Barbara says, Michael, I was looking back at the drawing course yesterday, and there's over 1,000 comments on the first episode. Everyone was positive and so grateful. You're an absolute star. Thank you, Barbara. That's I didn't realize that it had gone over 1,000 comments. That's pretty cool. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, those of you who've been watching and keeping me company throughout the episode. We'll see you guys later this week, maybe for the bonus episode. I'll have to take a look at the schedule. Until then, my friends, thank you for helping to make the world a better place by making art, by viewing art, by supporting artists like myself. I know that if more people had a creative outlet, we'd have less division in our societies, we'd have much more peace throughout the world. And it all takes place one brushstroke at a time, one person spreading their love for art around the world, and I think we can change this world for the better. We'll see you guys very soon. When? That's to be determined. Okay, everybody, have a great night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Until next time, good night.